All right, mic check, cam check. What up, y'all? Um, Fair warning, I've had a pretty rough weekend. Um, Pretty much rough day and some change. I had a friend of mine who was going through some domestic abuse, violence from, um, well, her now ex-boyfriend now, and I had to somewhat get involved without doing anything illegal. So yeah, I haven't really been available to do much of anything for like the past like 24 hours. Just kind of making sure that she's okay. Yeah. Um, so definitely police reports. I did convince her to get a restraining order, so we got that done. She didn't want to do a warrant, which I mean, kind of is what it is. I think the rest of us were hoping she would, but you can't really push that on someone. Um, but at least we were able to get her to like get a restraining order. So um, yeah, yeah. So it's just I don't know, just my headspace is just kind of like I don't know, like just like just people being people, man. Like and like I don't know what the end game is when you become that abusive, controlling and abusive. You know what I mean? Like what do you and then when you like literally make a threat, like saying I'm going to kill you, like literally three like messages and whatnot. I mean, what do you and you're still trying to get the girl. Like I don't understand that mindset, how that works or anything. But anyways, so that's why you guys didn't hear anything from me yesterday after stream, and then like you didn't hear anything from me at all today until now. So I'm actually a bit behind on my planners. This doesn't mean that I won't have my work done from actual before the launch happens. I definitely will. It just means I got to pull kind of an all netter tonight to kind of get a bulk of it done, and then all day tomorrow to make sure I get it out by Monday. So um you can't understand it until you're in it. Well, I mean, I'm talking about from like the guy perspective. Like I can somewhat I understand how it's traumatizing for the female and why she may not want to press charges, right? I guess my thing is for the abuser, what's the end game? If that makes sense. Like if you're being abusive because things are not going your way and she's not responding, the way that you want her to, how does being abusive change this, scenario or situation? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to get the girl like to feel a different way or a better way about you. Like I know it's like a mental thing, and there's alcohol involved and whatnot, but yeah, there is no end game. It's all about control. But yeah, and so like as I was telling my friend, I was just like, I think because he did come over once before unannounced, like late at night. Like this, I didn't even know about this until she told me yesterday. She came out. He came about unannounced, like about a week ago, and she let him in. And like he came in like wrecking the place, like going through all of her drawers and throwing lamps and stuff. And he's like, I know you're cheating on me. Like I know you don't love me anymore. Who's such and such and like ended up like shoving her once. So like I guess that's the most physical he's been, quote unquote. But my thought to her to try to convince a restraining order is just like like there has to be consequences. Like there has to be consequences for his actions, right? What up, decoy? And I was trying to get her to understand that like I'm not pushing her to make a decision, but it's like as long as he knows that he has no consequences for his actions, then he's not going to stop no matter what. It doesn't matter if he paid for a new lamp or you know bought the things again that he broke. Like that doesn't matter. at the end of the day, like there's no consequence for his reactions if all he has to do is just like say I'm sorry and then buy you a new lamp. Like that's not, he's not going to stop because there's no reason for him to stop. There has to be a consequence for his actions. So I told her, I said the consequence is a restraining order. Like at the very minimum, like he has to know he cannot continue to do what he's doing. Otherwise he's going to keep doing what he's doing. You know what I mean? So anyways, I didn't mean to kind of like make this portion of the stream about that, but I just kind of want to get you guys to understand the headspace that I'm in kind of right now. Chilling, been playing some TMNT Splinter Cell. I got that on my wish list. I do. I totally forgot all about it. Be that brother. Talking Hells don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Just it took everything in my power to not like get, because like we both can't be angry. Like I had to be the rationale voice. Otherwise, what help am I gonna be if all I'm doing is just spewing the same rhetoric, I guess. You know what I mean? So I had the, it took everything in my power to kind of just, yeah. I think about it is that like, like we're like me and her friends, like we haven't really like spoken to each other like for like forever. It feels like, so when I got a message in all caps, pleading for help, I was like, okay, this is not like her at all. So yeah, let's figure this out real quick. We just want to protect and destroy threat. Yeah. But the good news is that we did get the restraining order. So that was, and I wasn't gonna leave like her side until we did that. So or at least she has somewhere to go that he didn't know where she lived, if that makes sense. So either or. Dang, I don't forget what I was doing with this here. All right, so back to the working part of this. Yeah, so I'm gonna be updating build planners. We're gonna do I guess I got the mythic. All right, so I'm gonna start with the random rails and go backwards, like I always do. And I think I'm gonna do random rails with as victimize and not precision this time around. Definitely for quality of life purposes. So that's what we'll do. We got Zen I'll change the helm to tradition. So we'll do. I guess I don't have to do crit chance. Do lucky hit on here. But did I have Cax here? I think I had Zan Cax, right? And then we got to go back to Beastfall. But it's okay because we don't have to worry about tracking precision, which is great. How different would the build be between precision versus victimize? So we'll do the 1-to-1, kind of like barrage. We'll probably do pin shot instead of barrage though. Pin shot, rain of rails, 1-to-1. Except we'll do it with victimize instead. And what this would do is we don't have to worry about like inverting the rotation or feel like we're in the wrong rotation at all, whatnot. So there's no keeping up the precision stacks, meaning that your render rails will always hit hard every time. We're not worried about like hitting hard 50% of the time. We're hitting hard like 20-25% of the time, or 0% of the time if you're in the wrong rotation. So I think it'll be easier. It'll definitely be easier to play. Huge quality of life. And the damage difference is about roughly like very close to precision. It might be like half a pit tier weaker than precision, but the immense quality of life and the faster speed farming will definitely be worth that half a tier pit. So I will say probably for the pit pushing variation, I might keep precision per se as that variant. I'm not sure yet though. We'll see. So try hard, push variant, maybe be with precision. Yeah, I mean I think so, but I guess like I said, like the difference between precision and victimize in this case scenario is like not even a pit tier probably. So like unless you're trying to go like super ultra try hard push, like you might as well just push with victimize, to be honest, because at least you won't have to worry about. Because I mean, I guess the thing is that it's gonna be based on like your uptime on precision, making sure you don't invert. So like if you have a run with precision and you end up inverting the rotation too many times and you didn't know that you did, then it will end up being worse than a victimized version. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even know if I would even recommend the precision, really, honestly. Was Pen Shot any good in season 8? No. It depending on how the updated Eagle Horn works now, it might be it might be pretty good. Like just like raw Pen Shot. Although I think Pen Shot will end up being an Azarath build, to be honest with you. Pen Shot and Twisting Blades just might be an Azarath build. I'm not sure exactly the approach that we're doing. But Pen Shot and Twisting Blades do really well with the Azarath proc stuff. So yeah, we got Dex. It's critical strike damage. Bill. And I'll explain what I'm doing too as well, Max. My planner for the victimize version here. Dark Shroud. Sure, damage for Dark Shroud for sure. Then I guess here is kind of where we kind of have to decide what. Because I mean, Renovale is dealing double damage doesn't necessarily need to go on a two-hander. Damage per Dark Shroud will be on practically every rogue build. Every single rogue build will basically have damage per Dark Shroud as a temper, as the main temper, which kind of makes it easy to swap between different builds and stuff. So I'm not I don't hate it per se. I don't know what else to take here though. I don't really care about the proc stuff. I guess I can do penetrating shot projectiles for easier vulnerable proc. All the like utility stuff with like the cow trap size and stuff like that is on is no longer on weapon anymore. So it's like now I gotta figure out what else to do here. I guess we could just do elemental surge. Probably not what the devs really intended, but sometimes I feel they don't intend most of the stuff we do. Fair, very fair. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just take an element and like it really matters. Like literally, I don't really think it really matters. I guess we can go with the double damage, and then at least on the two hander. Should we triple crit on the dex? Yeah, we should triple crit on the dex and not the dark shroud. Peacher with a sub, appreciate you, man. 30 months in a row. What a baller. um yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to put on the two hand. So here's the here's the interesting thing about this. So like obviously without going, I thought about doing Sky Hunter still because Sky Hunter will give you the 100% projectiles, giving you another wave of random arrows, which is 100% damage bonus. But then I thought about just putting a project instead and just double the damage that it does, and that still gives me 100%, just like a Sky Hunter would. So I'll only get one wave, but that one wave will deal, twice as much damage as, or what the one wave would do the damage that two waves would do, which makes it more efficient. So, but now I'm just trying to figure out what to do for temperatures because I don't know. And we got cervix. Yeah, I guess that's really all I can do here. I'm debating on whether I'm gonna do crossbow or bow still. Crossbows, I feel like crossbow makes more sense, but bow is probably gonna feel better. Not probably, like it will feel better. I guess I can just get attack speed in places, so and I could probably use Starless Skies again. So yeah, so I guess I can get some real attack speed other places. W song, agreed. So I guess I can go concede it now, right? Well, I guess not really. No, I would maybe go concede it because I'll just take Starless Guys because that makes way more sense. Yeah, so we'll just go Starless Guys here. Actually, no. I gotta figure out what did I. What gym did I have here? I don't. I literally forgot. Oh well. It was just maybe the mirror zone. I'm sure I probably won't be. Is that cap 2 or cap 1? I don't remember. I don't think it was scoring full light. I gotta get. Gotta get scoring full light. We'll take that for now until I have a better idea of what cap space that's in. I feel like I should know the answer to that. 'Cause I think we did figure it out in Max Track. I just gotta look for it. Okay, what else do I need to do here? We need to go back to a regular sword. Supposed to do sword here. I'm wondering, are there any other options? I guess I'll still need the aspect though. What attack speed? From myriad stone. Um, this one here. After you cast your catalytic skill, if it's an ultimate, gain 30% attack speed for 10 seconds. I wonder if that's cap 2 or cap 1. Then again, I mean, Rain of Arrows has. We don't even know what the break point for Rain of Arrows is, but still, like the cap, like the caps are still caps, right? But um, what do I not have here? Arrows. I have arrow stones. What did I get rid of? Um, the behemoth. That's what it is. It's like that's crit damage. Star Shroud and some other temper. I have no idea here, honestly. I still don't know. Like nothing else makes sense other than like I don't know some. Actually, I don't know. Maybe honestly, maybe pin shot projectiles twice or something. I can't. I honestly can't think of anything else to take. Planners updated. Uh, not that I know of. I don't. I don't think so. I mean, I just logged into my account here, and this it wasn't updated with the patch notes yet because Victimize is still the old version. I'm assuming like in the next day or so, it'll get pushed across and it'll be accurate. But yeah, those things do take time. So I'm not I'm not worried. But I guess with now that the key passives and stuff being so like, no longer, like having caps and not giving you like as big of a damage boost and whatnot, and a little bit more evenish across the board. It's kind of easy to kind of tell like how I'm gonna say how something's gonna perform, but like let's say if you have to make a choice between key passives, like you can kind of literally just do like napkin math in your head and be like, okay, yeah, this is gonna do, the difference between these two are gonna be about roughly this. You know what I mean? Like it's really not that big of a, and considering that you're going damage per dark shroud everywhere anyways, and for the most part, it'll just be a matter of perks, right? It's like, oh, attack speed for close quarters combat versus a 200% proc for like victimize per se, and you got 90% multiplier versus 75%. Like those are like those don't require like too much like planner or like very specific calculations to kind of figure out what's better or what's more convenient, I guess. Um, so we'll do this right here. Yes, or work. And to figure out how much additive damage you can type of. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's definitely definitely more streamlined. Got me thinking since we only need less than 200% or 200 close damage, do you think turf is better or is just go for a two-hand temper? What would you replace turf for though? Like what glyph would you replace it with? I guess it's because like turf is what like. Sorry, I kind of forgot some of the bonuses here. Um, I can't even see the bottom part of this. Why can't I see the bottom part of it? Okay, there we go. I mean, honestly, I mean, if you can get a better additive for the primary and or a better, definitely a better, you know, secondary, that's multiplicative, then yeah, it might be worth doing a temper on the two-hander. Devious comes to mind. Yeah. Um that seems really close though. I mean, what would you do? Because you would do damage per dark shroud versus close damage, right? And so like the difference between the additive there is really not that much. And you'll be using the additive anyways. Like you'll always be close and you'll basically always have dark shroud up. Yeah, I mean, I guess it might be worth it, especially depending on the surrounding bonuses that you're using devious with, like I guess whatever board that is, and you're getting like very specific additive, bonuses or whatever. And then of course devious has a nice secondary bonus, right? So I mean, I think either route you go, I mean, it'll be worth less than like a pit tier, right? Like I couldn't say the exact math off the top of my head, but like it'll be worth like less than a pit tier. I can probably guarantee you that, unless they change the scaling of the pit tiers again. Who knows? Uh, so I think it's a route you can go either or, and like the only reason why you would need to know which one is like actually better is if like you're at the point where you're failing the next pit tier by like 30 seconds or so, and then at that point it's kind of like, okay, maybe I need to go this route. You know what I mean? But um, yeah. I mean, that's a good question though. Personally, I would go with devious and then temper the close, but just because I honestly just because of preference, not necessarily because I think the math is better. I guess that's just what I would prefer. Of course, this is important. So we definitely need to have that. This would be really interesting to see like render rails actually not be precision for once. Um, what is my distances at now? 75, 74. So we're pretty much capped. Same thing with armor. We're pretty much there. Yeah, attack speed practically everywhere. Well, I could change the attack before armor, but I don't think I need it. Yeah, and then we need to change this, right? And shot. They just said starting from Torment 1, they're adjusting scaling. Yeah, which also kind of like really kind of makes it really rough to provide accurate tier lists right now because we don't know. We don't know like the actual scaling. Yeah, like the like you know the realistic scaling. So that's going to be a bit tough. I have to try on the bar though. I need to proc vulnerable. I'm not saying that I can't do it with cold imbue, but it's not as reliable. So either I get a vulnerable stat proc. Oh wait a minute, why do I have that there? Okay, I have apologetic. I have 5 aspects to deal with. What am I missing? I guess conceited can go here. Or, you know what? I could do. If I'm an easy way to get vulnerable, I could just go Fist of Fate. Fist of Fate actually might be really good here. Because I mean, what I'm getting out of a regular glove is like next to nothing. I get nothing that scales other than dex. Well, I do get the all res though. If I don't do the all res there, I have to get it on the ring instead. Or actually, I get it from right here too. Yeah, I could just do all res here instead of attack speed. If I did concede that's the 30%, Fist of Fate would actually be worth more. Technically. And I get the chance to make enemies vulnerable on it too as well. And attack speed. And also and look at hit chance. Now that I think about it, Fist of Fate might actually be best in slot still. Yeah, because if the payload or if the damage backloads, Fist of Fate might actually be best in slot then. Yeah, I mean, I would think that for any victimized builds, if that's the case, I think Fist of Fate would be best in slot then. Again. Particle, what's going on, man? Yeah, I think we'll do Fist of Fate. I think that makes the most sense. Would you like for season 9? I like the victimized change quite a bit. It's really the only thing that kind of like gives me any sort of excitement per se, but it's there. Um, I can always go concealment, right? I can do concealment for the victimized, for the vulnerable proc. There is that, and then I also got the ultimate thing for it too. So, it'll probably still be a hit or a miss. That's also true. I we'll just do this here. We'll fix that resistances later. Oh, I did have pin shot too. That has really good lucky hit chance. So I guess proccing the vulnerable for 3 seconds thing is actually kind of really good here. Um, can't trust Blizzard maths no more. Fair. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What bit am I running this season? I think I'll probably do it the same way I did the past few seasons. I think I actually might start with Rain of Rails again, and then do Heartseeker right afterwards. Mainly because both of them will be like victimized builds now, and I kind of really want to play them, like play and test the changes or whatever immediately. Okay, I probably need to get more of that there. I'm gonna just put that there. I think what else to put. Oh, that's about it. My crit chance at now that I think about it. A crit chance here, crit chance here, crit chance here. So I got tricks, attacks. Might be better to master with the crit chance probably if I want to reach 100. Yeah, I'm at 82. Those helm stats base. Wait, no, this doesn't include trick attacks, does it? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so I guess I am at 100 then. Yeah, because it's just stats, helm, gloves, right wing, base is 5. Does not include. So yeah, we're good. I got 2 more points to deal with. Go here. Oh no, wait. Wait a minute. We gotta have to actually like I guess I don't really need that. Advanced penetration. That. I don't need that either. So I guess improve is about as far as I need to go. Yep, that's it. So yeah, looks like the skills are good. And I guess we gotta look at the Paragon now. Now we can actually go back to Eldritch Bounty now. So that's the thing again. Which means that I guess we got dance. Dance is still important. No witness, of course. Yeah, so we just remove daily ambush for Eldritch Bounty. Because I really hate deadly ambush anyway. What do we got here? Versatility. Deadly ambush. Oh yeah, because of the crit, right? So we can do yeah, Eldritch Bounty. Only other one that makes sense. Bounty is non-physical damage and imbued damage. So I don't really want versatility there then. I had to change out a different board. Oh, I also got combat glyph. I don't want that there either. Um you know I want to take all this stuff here though. So we'll maximum life. We'll definitely have to take we'll go through here and take whatever. Also pick this up too. Alright, so but in terms of what I do here, I don't know yet. So we don't need combat. We don't we don't need combat. What else is here on the or okay, yeah, no, we can do we can do versatility here. Got all these nodes that I don't need. Look, I can't like grip my mouse correctly right now. Still kind of like in the semi state of shock here. It's 40, right? So okay, we got 2 decks going that way, but we got pick up that. We don't need that then. Decks over there. We'll just keep it on that side. So that gives me versatility here. Increasing the ultimate damage makes sense. Okay, so now we just need another glyph, right? So control devious. Oh, candy. Duh. We can do candy here. I think. Right? There's something else better than that, right? Nah. Or well, I actually think exploit glyph would be very good early on. You don't have like a lot of ways to be able to proc vulnerable. I guess I gotta really think about the starter variant then. Like what I would do for starter, just to make sure we can. I might be forced to do concealment then if that's the case. At first, I wonder if diminish still double dibs with the with vulnerable, or does exploit still do? Then again, it's only really for the proc though, so like I don't really think it really matters. So we'll just stick with candy. Oh, nice. Literally, I just go straight down and straight up. I don't have to worry about me taking any of this really. Now that I think about it, although I guess the plus dex is actually kind of nice, but just cause. Okay, that up. Go north. See we can. So no matter what, I still gotta take powers. So actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. Just gotta go this way or go this way. Regardless, it's still kind of inconvenient. Like it's been a while since I actually used this board. Jeez. I think that's a little better in the eyes. Actually, one that looks looks pretty good. Just for easier in the eyes. Okay, so I think that is random arrows. All the other choices here for catalysts and stuff that won't really change. So I'll just be what it is. All right, we got the pin shot here. Got the vulnerable procs. Runes are correct. Paragon board. This facility can't. Also, that also helped out the resist part of things. Yeah, Eldritch bounty, so I guess that works. I don't have to go with resist here then. So that's good. All right, so that is random arrows. Let's see. Big ready strike won't change. Barrage won't change. I would need to delete Copium Seeker. Actually, Copium Seeker probably. Nah, yeah, no, delete it. Seeker PTR. Surveys. I guess we can go Ahu Cax now. Now that code clip actually works. My single target. That makes sense. Sora, what's up, man? Appreciate the sub. How you doing, man? I am kind of have like a late start a little bit with my planners or getting my planners like updated before going into WordPress. I had to deal with a domestic violence situation from a friend of mine. So I was kind of like over there making sure she was okay for like the past 20 something hours. So I kind of lost like 20 about 20 something hours worth of work. She's okay now. We actually end up getting a restraining order and stuff. So we did that. I'm still kind of like my mind is still trying to wrap around everything that's kind of occurred. But yeah. I got a long night and a long day ahead of me. Which is okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. But Necros, it's seeming like Necros are looking kind of, looking nice still. Relative to the other classes, I'll put it that way. um, multiple options that seem strong relative again. Either that or like Rogue is just kind of like down bad in terms of like, because I mean, I guess I won't say it's hard to explain, but I guess we were so pigeonholed into clone doing all the damage that when they actually like nerf clone, which needed to happen, like they definitely needed to peel back clone for sure, like not even debating that, but they gave us zero compensation for it, right? So even with clone, we were still behind. So when clone was doing all the damage that of our skills, we were still behind. So when you nerf it by about 5 pit tiers and don't give us anything for it, like nothing, then it just kind of, it feels bad in the damage department, even if the builds will feel better to play. Like the builds will feel better to play for sure, but like the damage department though feels really like rough. So it just depends. Like, maybe they'll surprise us with like a week 1, week 2 patch or something like that after realizing that, oh wow, yeah, we did kind of gut Rogue quite a bit. So we'll see how that actually works out. So Cervex still air again. I think we'll do. So we'll focus on the lucky hit again. With that being said, though, like, should I go Grasp of Shadows or should I go Fist of Fate? I guess it all depends on whether the damage backloads or not. That's the big question. Like Drew and Bar got in there quite a bit as well. Oh yeah, Barb is feeling it hard too. Barb is really feeling it too. Forgot about that. But yeah, I think Necros and Spiritborn I think are kind of like there's nothing that's an outlier. Some like a complete outlier on Necros or Spiritborn per se. But like it'll feel better if a lot of classes were like closer to those 2 classes, like in general. But like they don't have like a 30 pit tier outlier or something or whatever on those classes. So there's nothing that's like egregious, but it'd be nice to kind of see other classes kind of get put in that, in a closer category, I guess. So there's definitely work to be done. Like I almost think where a lot of like, for instance, for example, I also think like a lot of where like the necro builds damage wise ends up is where a lot of should be like a staple for like a lot of other classes, like having multiple builds that can like at least hit 100, I guess. We're not talking about like trying to like hit 140 or 150, but like, I mean, at least be able to like get over that hump to where like you feel like if you want to level glyphs or whatever like that for other class or for a different build or whatever, like you can kind of still do that and do higher level pits to make that quicker, I guess, with a really good build, obviously. So that's kind of the only perk for it, but it's still a perk nonetheless. Okay, so I think we're gonna go regular pants here. Back to regular pants. We'll do Sombrous, right? Dex. Armor. I'm assuming all res. It's kind of my problem with the season. Got a lot of nerfs and not enough compensation to get players excited. I just really feel like there's just like I feel like I get what they're trying to do, but like we don't have the whole picture. Like the whole picture is not there yet. We're only getting bits and pieces of it per season. And so like I guess when it's all said and done, it'll probably feel fine or feel good. But I feel like when when it's kind of being trickled down like this, it's hard to see the bigger picture and how that's gonna actually end up playing out. You know what I mean? Like that's Barber's the weakest. I probably agree with that. Um, Probably. But you never know. There'll be some Chinese barb that'll find something, and then, as you always know, back to the forefront. I don't want to say forefront, but like some barb will find some ridiculously strong build. Chinese barb, that is. Hard to enjoy the cake when you get one ingredient per season. Eventually it'll be baked. Yeah, exactly. That's just kind of what it feels like. I feel like there is a long term, bigger picture thing. It's just it's hard to even remotely appreciate it in any form the way it is currently. Um, and maybe once we do get the entire cake, all the ingredients together, we may not even like the cake, right? But we don't even know we're gonna like the cake because we don't have all the ingredients yet. You know what I'm saying? So like that's also like the daring part behind this too, right? So I don't know. I guess what else do I want to put here? Since we're playing this at a distance, we only need dash here, which means I guess I can keep Darkshire on the board, which means I can get a different. Oh yeah, I have Heart Secret ranks. It's kind of just want to keep the pants here. Turns out it's cabbage cake with salt instead of sugar. But you guys get what I'm saying, though. Overall, I think you get what I'm getting at with it. It's just that so like I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt that there's a bigger picture that's just put like pieces being put per season together in a sense, and then apparently the expansion is supposed to be the big shakeup. Rumorville, I don't have any like sources or anything like that, but huge rumorville is that apparently that there's a lot of excitement internally brewing for the next expansion. So I don't, again, take that with a grain of salt, but um apparently that's out there. Whatever that means at the end of the day. But it almost makes it feel like we're kind of in like semi maintenance mode until then. um Per season. This is not NDA target. Like I said, that's just a rumor. I can't even verify the source for you. Um, but apparently there's a lot of excitement there. But tough to work on fixing things for the current seasons when a bunch of stuff is likely to change the expansion. And that, like I said, that's like, but like that's the good and the bad, right? Gurgen, what's up? This is the first season I'm not excited about Road. I would say it's kind of the opposite for me. Um, ish. Opposite for me, ish. Probably sounds weird, right? So, like, I've come to the I come to the senses that I'm just not gonna do a lot of damage on Rogue. I think I just kind of just came to to that place. Like um I have accepted that that's gonna be the case for most rogue builds in general, right? Um, what I am excited about though is like things that changes the way builds function. So like unlike the previous seasons where like we practically had like the builds practically just kind of stayed practically the same. Outside of Death Trap was the only one that actually played different, which is why it was, you know, well received and also very strong. But the whole victimized key passive changes is a fun thing to explore. Is it going to like propel any like super secret build into S tier? No, absolutely not. But at least it allows for some play styles that people wanted to play before in the past to come back, even if it doesn't jump to S tier or anything like that. So that's kind of what I'm excited about. But I mean that's it. But that is a pretty big hit for me, I guess. Because then I can just focus on just fun factor, I guess, for myself personally. But in terms of the whole expansion thing, though, like like you got to get people interested on the way to the expansion, right? If you push people away or you put them in a space where they're no longer interested in your game, period, then like it doesn't matter what cool changes you got at the expansion, right? Um, so like I like that part. I mean, like I said, I do get that, but I mean, the expansion is a bit away, right? It's not like it's coming out this year. Like we're talking about next year, like I don't know, middle of next year or something like that. So it's like, oh yeah, by the way, like we all know that you want, these couple of skills to be good, but don't worry, you know, and fall of 2026 will be good. We got you there, man. We got you hooked up there. It's like, you know, too much is gonna happen between now and like then for people to like remain interested or invested. I don't think of what else to do here. I got damage production out here. I don't know if I really need the primary resource anymore. Well, I guess with the way Cax is, I probably do need that. Honestly, yeah. Yeah. All right. So far so good. We do get the maximum resource here. Maximum resource here. We don't go for the other maximum resource stuff. Not on the hard seeker variant of it. I think invigorated strike, sure, but that's about it. People are even getting interested in other games already. It's gonna always be hard to get in bat. Yep, pretty much. And as more and more games or cooler games come out, like it's just that's just gonna be the natural order of things, right? So we'll do sword here. I really don't feel like doing this again or redoing it again, but yeah, we'll just do a sword here to be accurate. What was the aspect that was here? But what what was the aspect here? Or was it for Hemeth? It was for Hemeth. Okay, it was. Actually, I guess I don't really need to for the. Well, actually, no, I do because I do want to do double damage. Um, still good even after the nerf. Take. Actually, you know what? That's just basic gems give. Still less than crit damage. So, um, now if no puddles around you, pulverize forms a puddle that guarantees its own overpowered and deals 260% of its normal damage, poison of a set, technically poison. Pulverize causes all close puddles to splash 20-60% of the total damage within the areas around them. Does this mean standing still in the puddles guarantees you to overpower? That's actually a good question. I'm not sure. But even if it does, overpower got hit so hard that it just becomes just another 15, like a 50% multi when it happens on top of the crit, I believe. So, like, I mean, it still kind of hurts a lot. Like, overall, when you look at the overall picture, like even if it does, even if it can like overpower the entire time, it would still feel rather like wet noodle-ish right now. Jax also says, "All right, so let's go. How do I feel about the new victimized buff?" So, playstyle wise, it's going to feel great to play Heartseeker victimized. Playstyle wise, like for sure, because then now we can play at a distance. Um, it's it's gonna feel nice. It's not gonna have the AOE dominance that like let's say like the season 4 victimized did in terms of like the proc dealing all the damage and like you're getting that big AOE hit. You're not gonna get that per se, but no longer. I mean, you'll get some AOE, but not to the extent that you would think. What I will say that you will get though is you no longer have to jump in and play close quarters combat. So you can play at a distance now. So you can shoot from across the screen. It's super easy to build for. So playstyle wise, it's gonna feel a lot like it did in season 4. But better. Now in terms of damage wise, like don't expect it to be like S tier or even A tier. Um, but it'll clear T4 just fine. I mean, it'll be a lot of fun to play in T4 and speed pits and stuff like that. Will also be pretty fun. But just temper your expectations in terms of like it being like um you know like one of Rogue's best builds per se. But I will be playing it. Like I personally will be um playing it myself. I wonder if I should put the uh GA and the whatchamacallit on actually I don't even know if I should have maximum resource here. Mm, it's like 90. It's like I still think Malice is still like I don't have any real way to knock them down though, do I? I don't. Although that would technically still be like definitely stronger than having the maximum resource, but at least maximum resource won't be conditional. Malice is. Figure finesse is also conditional too, but it's an easier condition. I think I might just leave it at this and then look at a calculator later. Just kind of want to get this out there, get this kind of mostly in motion. Anchor arm, what's going on, man? He said, wait, looking to put desk here. How long do you think it would take good groups to get to World Tier 4 in Season 9? Probably faster than the previous season. Um, uh, I don't. I haven't really been keeping up with like what's the fastest World Tier 4, like, or the fastest entering a World Tier 4. In the past couple of seasons, but I don't really see much. Well, I mean, I guess it'll be so it'll be a little quicker this time if we can get, because getting the World Tier 1 should be a little quicker than before. So I would naturally think it'll be a little quicker to get the World Tier 4. But yeah, I would say a little bit faster, but I don't have any hard numbers to give to you on that though. So I think we're done here. The stats. Actually, I don't need crits here. Let's do it's max health. I ain't got no health anywhere. Yeah, because we have like no health anywhere. Because we don't have health here. Although I probably should put health there over the critical strike damage though, since critical strike damage is added. But we are playing range now too though. So, and we got more damage reduction. So I guess having low life isn't that big of a deal. What armor look like right at 1,000. This will look better once I get Eldritch Bounty back in here. Trade out Tricks of the Trade for Eldritch Bounty. Oh, Chief Shot needs to go away too. So Eldritch Bounty and Exploit. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about it. I have movement speed too, so we can get rid of this. should have enough crit chance here, right? Yeah. I wouldn't need this either. That's like a trick attacks. So that saves me 3 points. Sturdy, I guess I can keep that. You think you're gonna play 30s? So he said if it's the fate must have for Heartseeker Rogue. Um honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Um I don't know if the damage still backloads for the 200%. And it's really not that big of a deal. Honestly, it's really the 75% multiplier that you care the most about. But since now that since now that your damage actually matters now, I still almost think Grasp of Shadows is probably better. Like stronger in the sense. Or actually, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We might, yeah, it might be Fist of Fate again. Because with the clone nerf, Grasp of Shadows. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually a really close one. What do you think, Peacher? What do you do on your flurry build? Are you still going Grasp of Shadows by chance? Or did you decide to do something different? Yeah, I think I saw that. You still doing Grasp of Shadows? Yeah, it's because I mean the Grasp of Shadows shadow can also proc lucky hit. There's that too. I don't know if it gets the victimized bonus though. That's something we have to kind of test. Show a video Nightmare Dungeon Singers leveling and or level 60 maybe being 1 hour ish. That's only if you get lucky with getting the right Nightmare Dungeon affix though. So it's kind of a very toss up, like almost like an RNG ish type thing. Which I guess being in the party of 4, you have a good chance of probably getting at least one that you could share. But for solo players, that's gonna be some real hard RNG, right? Am I starting rogue? I always start rogue. I'm a macro rogue specialist, and rogue is my main class anyway. So I always play rogue. I always start rogue no matter what. I'll be doing Heartseeker leveling, which is gonna be really good this season. Like really, really good this season. Saw a video of Rob going from level 19 to level 41 11 minutes. Yep. if you get that sigil, man. Is that unique that drops the dummy that echoes your damage? Any good? Oh, you talking about the Umbercrux, the totem? No. No. Totem is garbage. Totem is garbage. I might try to experiment with that with Barrage again if it actually backloads the damage again, but if I still don't really see it for Totem. Because the Totem still has a bunch of bugs too. It's Heartseeker the move for season 9. I mean, it won't be like one of Rogue's best builds. I mean, it'll be playable, like, and it'll feel a lot better to play. Like you'll have way more fun playing Heartseeker next season than you have in the current if you like to play at range. But don't expect it to be like an S tier build by any means. It just means that Victimize actually allows us to play range rogue again. Mostly. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Patch notes also says additional experience or dropping for forgetting gotten wisdom nightmare dungeon now skill better and behave more consistency. Not sure what impact that'll have. Should mean that we'll level faster for sure. Maybe Umbercrux will still be the fastest leveling at the buck still just from level 20 to max in 1 second. Well, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, like no one's been doing anything on Umbercrux at all in the past couple of seasons. So like, I don't see like, unless something has changed. I don't see anyone doing anything with that still. I am kind of curious about the lucky hit though. How much lucky hit do I really feel like I need to have with Heartseeker going in with the new victimized, considering that the victimized proc will still be kind of like pennies for damage. It's still there, but it's like, do we really need to be building around it, or just enough lucky hit to make sure that we can just proc it consistently enough to get the 75% damage bonus? I think that's probably the biggest thing. Again, we'll have to just see whether or not the payload on the back end actually works the way it's supposed to. I think that's like the major thing. Because it definitely does not work on live, nor does it work on a PTR. Chances of getting Umbercrux at low level is very low though. Yeah, but I mean, you won't be able to get Umbercrux anyways, really, unless you do like a Infernal Hordes or whatever. It's probably your best chance. So yeah. Yeah, we'll keep Grass of Shadows though. I think that's going to be the better route, honestly. We'll do bow. I think crossbow is still slightly better with Grass of Shadow, but bow is more fun. People like bow, so. What else can I put here instead of Dark Shroud? What else can I do that matters? I would love to do like Shadow Imbuement, honestly. Get an additional 12% and get some explosions going on, but I have no way to really activate it though. Other than like maybe dashing through the enemies, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of playing at a distance, right? So I don't know. I have no good way of like applying Shadow Imbuement. That's the problem. Well, technically speaking, I could go something like, I don't know, like a barrage or something. Like Shadow Imbued and Barrage or whatever. But then that means I have to have Barrage and Shadow Imbued in the bar, which means I have to give up 2 things, and that's not worth. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, technically speaking, I could do Poison Trap. I mean, this would be like one of those options where like I have to kind of like guide them into the Poison Trap for this though. But I mean, it works. It'll be situational, but it'll work. It's scaling Battle Barrage, so the build isn't doing well like Endario Poison Barrage. So that's different because Barrage scaling has nothing to do with Endarios at all. Endarios is a proc build. So it's being able to scale Endarios and Endarios doing the job. So Endarios in general is just in a bad place. It doesn't matter what skill you use, which is why you don't see that build anymore. But yeah, Barrage is also kind of like not in a good state either as well. Would Cold Clip be worth just for the secondary, not for basic build? Yes. 40%? Yeah. Absolutely. If you don't have any other multiplier that's like bigger than that, then yeah, like I would take that over Conceited. As long as you have a way to, um, yeah, I would take that over conceded. If I had to cheat, like obviously, not saying that you would, but I'm just saying like in terms of like options, right? Generic multipliers. I would totally take that over conceded if I had to make a choice between those two or something. I don't know what to do here. I guess we can. I don't necessarily need this. But I do want to try to get poison trap involved though. So what do I give up for that? Is it gonna say anything? But not sure. But wouldn't the but doesn't the cold clip damage not work on bosses now though? So like it's not really a conditional thing anymore. Or does it only work on bosses if it came from a basic or something? I guess there's some things to kind of consider, I guess, with that, right? But like something is missing. Yeah, so like the word, yeah, I guess the wording can make that kind of tricky, right? In terms of like how it actually like functions. Like if it, but yeah, I mean it should work outside of as long as you have code, like as long as you have code imbue, it should work. Like if like, any core skills that are code imbue should be able to take advantage of that. Should be able to. And if that's the case, then that means that like that almost becomes like a necessity if you're doing anything code imbuement related. Because then if it also works on bosses, that's huge. That's like almost like a no-brainer to take for anything code imbuement related. I wonder if that's like Blizzard's way of like kind of helping us against, like being able to deal damage outside of stagger for rogue. Like the trickle down ingredients effect, quote unquote. That's what it feels like. I think of what else I can give up. I really don't want to give it the targets a dash. Okay. The wording is very tricky. It is Azareth with GA and the damage proc OP for Heartseeker. No. I actually tried it on. I tried it on PTR. Um, it really wasn't that good for Heartseeker, to be honest. Although I guess at the end of the day, would it hurt? Like if I'm gonna have to like think about it, like would it hurt to just have Azarath just in the build? But I mean, I'm leaning towards no. But I guess because I mean, now that we're kind of building for victimized now, I mean, I guess you could throw in Azarath just for the sake of it. I don't think it'd be better than just a traditional sword with an aspect and also double damage for the clone. But But I can tell you that my testing on PTR with Azarath or Heartseeker wasn't good. It was definitely better with Pinshot and Twisting Blaze, ironically enough. You could use Code Clip for Code and View Clone if it works on bosses. He said Shami is really powerful on ISR shores. But you also gotta remember too, like anything code related like that for Sork is gonna always like be pretty good. It doesn't necessarily directly translate to all the other classes though. But I get the thought process though for sure. I was actually gonna ask about Heartseeker. I guess I had a good time in the last season. Like it could do somewhat boss T4 with Shadow Clone. Would it be weaker or stronger in season 9? Honestly, I can't answer that question. I don't know if it'll be weaker or stronger than season 9. It'll feel better to play for sure. It'll feel a lot better to play in season 9. Will it be weaker than season 8 though? I don't know. Hard to say. I guess it just depends on how big of a nerf the Shadow Clone was. I'm leaning towards it'll be a little stronger than it was in season 8, like a tiny bit stronger. When you add in the cold clip buff and the that they did at the end, and then of course the victimize change, and then if the backloading actually works the way it's supposed to, then yeah, I think it'll be a little bit stronger than season 8. But I think the biggest thing for Heartseeker right now, honestly, is the fact that we can play that range again. We don't have to jump in and do close quarters combat anymore. Play it up close. So honestly, stylistically, it's just gonna feel so much. I'm actually excited for that, to be honest. So for me, that's like the biggest deal, honestly. For using Victimize this time, yes. Can the clone proc the Victimize explosion? It can, but it doesn't matter. So the explosions isn't really the big thing, really, honestly. So the way it is right now is that when you proc Victimize, the explosion tags the monster, like the monsters, and the monsters, and so basically the monsters will take 75% more damage from you. So it becomes like a 75% multiplier. So basically, all you really want is just to make sure that you can proc Victimize in enough spaces to keep up the 3-second buff. The actual explosions themselves isn't going to deal that much damage. It'll be okay, like a teeny bit of damage, but like the damage will be coming from you. The majority, like you're just getting a big buff from on targets that Victimize hit, basically, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, yeah. So it's actually a debuff multiplier instead of a buff multiplier. But I guess my question though is, though, now that I read that though, now that I reread that, if it's a debuff, right, then would the Victimized explosions also get the 75% damage, or also be able to deal 75% more damage since the proc is technically still coming from me, even if, right, and it's a debuff. So these 75% is a debuff, not a buff to you specifically. So I would assume the proc stuff would actually get that bonus too. What up, Dr. K? So if that's the case, then this is a definitely a bigger buff than I assume. 0 5% is still 0. I mean, but at least it'll be better than what it was in season 8 though, right? I mean it's gotta be something, right? Like even if it's like only like 15% of your damage or 20% of your damage, that's still way better than that's like Shadow Imbue, man, at that point, right? Which I'm kind of down for that, kind of. would think that if you proc repeated explosions in a 3-second window. Oh no, it won't stack. That I won't do it. It'll just be the 75% unless Blizzard screws up the coding, which I guess we really shouldn't be surprised if that happens. But because if it stacks, everybody's playing Victimize. Like every rogue build is Victimize if that stacks. But I doubt that that's gonna happen. Or I'll put it this way, it's not supposed to happen. I'll say that according to the wording. We'll leave it at that. Oh no, I mean 75%, but they're gonna be active on the next explosion. Oh yeah. So you'll always have the 75%. So you always have the explosion hit a target that's gonna have the debuff. You know what I mean? So I wonder how that works. I guess we'll find out though. I mean, we'll find out when it goes live or whatever. I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work that way, and we didn't lose anything. Best case scenario is that it does work that way, and we gain a little bit more damage, even if it is just a kind of a smidge. But still, it's still something. I really want to do Pain Gorges though, to be honest with you. But I don't know if they fixed it to work with the ability. It can crit now, which is great, but we don't know if it works with the adaptability or not. And until we know that, I'm not taking a chance yet. I will play around with it though. Earth, what's going on? What do we think is going to be the road build for pit pushing this season? I think you'll have honestly, I think you'll have 3 good options, 4 good options actually. Good options as in they're kind of close to each other. So you got, chances are Azarath would be the strongest. So an Azarath build, whether that's Twisting Blaze Azarath proc build or a Pin Shot Azarath proc build. Then you got DT will still be good for pushing. It may not be the absolute best, but it'll be close. Rain of Arrows will also be close, and Poison TB will also be close. So I think all of them are going to be within 3 or 4 tiers of each other in a sense. So now in terms of which one's going to come out at the top, we're assuming Azarath, but we don't know. We don't know for sure, but Azarath numbers wise is looking that way. But I think you do have other options that are, where it's oh, I don't like it. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, you don't like Azarath, right? Then you have options that is still close, if that makes sense. So that's. I love this song back when this is I had this in my little Discman, my Sony Discman, when I was walking to school. I had this entire album literally on repeat. I think it came out my junior year of high school. I'll tell you the new season day, Tuesday. What up, Raven? Okay, so Eldritch Bounty, and then we'll remove Cheap Shot too as well. So we'll take Exploit Weakness. Because I don't want to play around freaking ambush board. I want that board to die a very, very, very horrible death. Yeah, Tuesday the 1st. I said, oh hell no. But yeah, there's that too. So I guess glyph wise, isn't Basically, all the glyphs are basically going to be homogenized for Rogue, right? Like for most builds, like we're all taking like control, devious, um, headhunter. Those are like the three for sure that you're gonna take almost on every build. And then canny on anything that's elemental, I guess. So those four. And then you have like maybe one um one open slot, I guess, for something. You still not too soon on Headhunter? What would you take instead of Headhunter though? Like, would you take only just because like Headhunter just has a good secondary and a good legendary, and then of course you can just fill it up with a bunch of dex nodes, right? Just for just additional decks for free. And it just depends on like how much investment you're gonna have on the amulet for percent dex. I think Headhunter is value increases and when you consider all of that, but compared to everything else, like it's kind of hard to like. I don't know. Can I link this planner you're working on so I can peek at individual pieces? Uh, so all of these are actually on my Discord, Smiling Gaming. Um, so if you want to do exclamation mark Discord, I have like all of my build planners there. So when I hit the update button, it should update on the planners and on my Discord too as well. Theorycrafting, I like that. I like that term. So you had more better runs with combat. I mean, you do get a really large percentage of additive damage from combat, additive crit damage, but does that beat out not having a secondary multiplicative bonus, and then also like being able to scale dex? So I think now though, Ava hates what Headhunter or what? So I mean, because now I guess now that we're doing what damage per dark shroud, we'll have so much additive that would combat really make sense then at that point. Oh, Ava hates Philly crafting. Oh, I love Philly crafting. Not even gonna lie. I'm not really a numbers guy, so like I'd rather just go in and being like and play something and be like, well, that doesn't work. That was bad. Right. Never made you pretty bear build. No, you didn't. Will you do that next season? Hmm. All right, so yeah, my Paragon board does change quite a bit now. So we're not gonna do turf here. I don't know if I really want to do ultimate damage scaling now. So like at least not in the traditional sense. So how much dex do we have on this board? 90. I guess we could do. I guess I could do. I guess you could do combat. Well, no, actually, no fluidity. Actually, now I think about it, I feel like fluidity makes more sense. Probably like just going just generic. I guess so. Control fluidity. Headhunter. Canny Devious. Let's do Headhunter here. We'll do Canny here because we want to make it easy to. If I rotate this better, I can kind of go through here. Nah, just go out that way. Yeah. Yeah, and then we'll do. That's the least amount of dollars to reach my destination of getting out of here. I got quiet. Wait, why is it not playing? Looks like my internet's fine. Okay, so it's not that. No, it's just Spotify being Spotify. Okay, I guess we'll just skip the track. Okay. You think you're gonna tip Poison Storm Cloud Druid? Sure. These Druid buffs were low key pretty huge. It won't be my first, but I think it'll be at least a B tier build and like a foreign T4 comfortably. I mean, honestly, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I don't do any pit pushing. I find pit pushing to be horrendous activity at the moment. So like, because of that, like, I just want to do builds that are fun to play, that feel good in T4, and decent ish level of farming for like speed pitch or whatever. So at the moment, I kind of only mainly really care about personally, like for me personally, does it feel good? And I think Victimize is kind of on that list right now, which is what makes this kind of exciting, because that, um, but why can't I like kind of keep my like hand still? So I got 55 decks, huh? Straight there. Still got 55 decks. Because I did take that, and I guess that makes sense. Pretty. Okay, no, that didn't do it. Just made things worse. Spent. So we connected that. This is kind of like such a weird board to kind of come out of. Alright. That's probably the best situation we're gonna be able to do right now. So we'll take Fluidity there. Got Canny here. This one's super easy. We just go down straight. Up. Up straight. And Canny's done. Well, I guess we can get the points for decks, so we'll do that. to that. Go out this way, but we still need to go this way to take. Actually, would it be less points to go from here to here? Here versus going from here to all the way through here. See, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 10. 6, 7, 8. So it took me 10 to get here, 8 to get here. I think so. So I just only go from 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Actually, no way. I'm looking at this wrong. Actually, you know what? I guess let me do it both ways. While I do that, let me just. So that's 110, right? So no, I was right. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, I was right. Calculated the way I did. Well, actually, no. Wait a minute. I was right. I was right. Calculated. Yeah, this is the. I'll say 2 points doing it that way. Go up. What's this? Exploit weakness. A shuttle clone 100% uptime. Yeah, easy. Yeah, with preparation. Yeah, super easy. Well, can I make a pretty bird spirit born? I have to. It would take me a while because I don't really know the build that well. I'm sure if I studied a little bit I could, but like but I haven't actually played it yet. So the rogue helmet was whack to you, not finna spend life to do damage. I actually did not test the helm on PTR, but I feel like it got worse. They buffed it and then made it worse at the same time, or they buffed it, made it worse, and then made the one of the blurry nose a little bit worse. It's kind of weird. I think how they did that. Jedi's gonna cook us something nice. Woody's season name TB might be back on the menu. TB will be in a good state in general. Whether you go poison or you go Azarath, I think both of them will do pretty well. So, you have options. Okay, so which route do I want to go? I do want to take that, so we'll go this way. We don't necessarily need that. This is additive damage we don't care about. Actually, I think I might have to make this an L then, because like if I go this route to be able to take this, then that'll save me like 2 points. But I still got to go this way to go this way anyway. So, um, unless if I'm gonna continue to build on my tower. Could do it this way, but it'll make it harder to kind of get my bliss. Yeah, I guess I could still go out that way and make my tower still happen. Yeah, I guess this works still. Also, these clones can also prop victimize, right? Yeah, but that is unless the damage backloads, it doesn't matter. Honestly, you just kind of really want the 75% the 75% debuff to the mobs. So as long as you can prop victimize once every 3 seconds in that area, then you're fine. Where this is clearly copy J. Cole. This is a tribe, right? A tribe called Quest. They were around before J. Cole. You're joshing, okay. My mind's not all there right now. Not all there right now. I had a pretty rough weekend, so I didn't catch that. But what's up, humans? I was going to ask. I was just like, wait a minute, what? Nah, bro. You don't really think that, do you? Facts, having fun is the key to playing. Hence why I play Heartseeker at some point as well. Let the Heartseeker build you post. It's never let me down. Yeah, it'll be more fun this season for sure. You guys will have a good time with it. All right, Sparrow, you have a good one. All right, so I will say this is probably the thing that probably took the longest because the other stuff doesn't change. The Vigor Straight won't change. Well, I guess Rapid Fire will change a little bit. I honestly don't know what I want to do with Rapid Fire. Because it's in such a bad state that I actually might. I'm actually thinking about doing it with Victimize. Honestly. Like, purely from a fun factor perspective, because you really don't want to do close quarters combat, and it's trash for precision right now. So it's almost like you might as well. What? Okay, so we can actually get rid of RS here then. Be attack speed. I haven't like looked at my the caps and stuff quite yet, but not much has really changed except for here, the maximum resource. Does a buff to basic skills like Heartseeker making a difference at all? Is or is it negligible? I mean, the problem is that it's not that the buffs don't matter, especially for like leveling. Like the buffs are humongous for leveling. The problem is that like they end up scaling back the aspects and even like some of the uniques damage or whatever. So they gave us stuff and then they scale some things back. So um I want season one rapid fire back without generator or scoundrel's kiss. That's actually what I plan on doing. Believe it or not. That's how I plan on building rapid fire. No combo points, no scoundrel's kiss. But we're probably gonna end up going victimize. So I think it'll be fun to play. Um, it's just, you know, obviously without Scoundrels, well, with Scoundrels Kiss being bugged and stuff like that, and a lot of power is behind Scoundrels Kiss, it just kind of makes it hard to, you know, scale it in a way that you may or may not like. But I think it'll be kind of fun to play. Okay, so instead of doing versatility, we're gonna do devious here. That is bounty. Yeah, please do it. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to because I mean at this point it's really just about the fun factor part of it because rapid fire just has it's just kind of down bad at the moment. So I think doing anything else besides having fun with it would be a crime at the moment. um, I spent a lot of points on this. What's I'm gonna take on this? Okay. So I still got my little tower of uh whatever this is. Do I think it'll be T4 viable? Yeah, yeah. I think you'll have to go. I think you have to go Fist of Fate though, just to be able to get enough lucky hit chance to be able to proc victimize enough to keep that bonus permanent with rapid fire like that. But I do think that yeah, I do think you'll be able to do T4 just fine. Any hope for pin shot? Pin shot is probably like a proc build now. As it's like it's basically Azarath build now. So as long as you don't mind it being a proc based build, then yeah. Cosmic Analogy is just 100% unstoppable uptime. That's kind of wild for some builds. Yeah, yeah. I feel like if you're playing a clone build on Rogue, you kind of have that. You're kind of mostly unstoppable for a large portion of the time, anyways, because of the clone giving it to you for 5 seconds. And then if you were doing to boss will, you kind of had another um thing too as well. So I think on Rogue it's probably not as potent for sure, but some other classes like I don't know Necro, sure, for sure. I think that is it for Heart Seeker here. We only need one women's skill since we're shooting from a distance now. Mm, Bridger Heart actually might not be too bad. Most of these don't really matter. Bridger Heart actually, or Bridger Heart actually sounds kind of decent with a lucky chance, basically. I need to reconsider that for the Renovaros too. That, that. Still the best options here. Let's update profile here so I can save it. Let me go back to Renovaros, make sure I didn't miss anything. Paragon related, especially. No, I didn't. Okay. I'm actually gonna go to Power real quick. I really need the stealth. I'm gonna stick the Fridger Heart. Still makes more sense here. So you want to hear? Nice. It's like Curtis Mayfield, Kavi Kanye, no shame these days. I don't know, man. I might not rogue this season first time in a while. Actually, Spiritborn Drew on class is somewhat interesting to me. Spiritborn is looking pretty good, I think, honestly. Gonna roll with the Tarsican Rapid Fire as long as their T4 viable. Yeah. I'm actually so I'll put it this way. The most fun I had on PTR, honestly, despite that it was actually pretty horrible damage wise, because I was trying to do it with precision. Precision, obviously right now is in a really bad state, was when I did rapid fire. Like when I did uh preparation rapid fire where literally no generator and just casting the rapid fire from a distance. Like that was a lot of fun to play. Even though it really wasn't that effective. The clear T4 kind of okay-ish, but it was so much fun to play. Relative. So I think with victimize is it will help it a little bit for sure. That style. All right, let me take a look at Barrage. See if I need to make any changes. Did I build this for? I built this for precision from the PTR. I did. So I guess what I need to do is, I guess what's the quickest way to dismantle this? Probably. So I could probably just take season 8 barrage, rename it season 9. See, I guess. Yeah, so I can kind of play off of close quarters combat still, because that's basically what it's still gonna remain being. So there we go. So I can just kind of keep most of everything. The only thing I really need to change here is how much close damage I need, right? I can just remove. Actually, Peach is not here still. Is Peach here? I don't know if Peach is still here. I wonder how much close damage it takes now. The cap. Try. Tomorrow Sunday. Damage for Dark Shadow. So much for me to change here. And damage for Dark Shadow. I guess do I just need? Did I need one roll still, or would you damage for Dark Shadow here? We can just do it all over the. We'll just do it everywhere and then kind of keep turf. Let's see what happens. And then I'll go back and change it if it's just not enough. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything else in the Paragon. All this shit, I mean to say, all the tricks of the trade. So I kind of leave it at that too. I'm guessing propulsion isn't gonna not back bosses. Um, no. I actually had an idea. I tested it on PTR already, but I had the idea of pushing of using propulsion for rain of arrows to push enemies back after they get hit by the first wave, so they can continuously get hit again, and like potentially double my damage. But it was so hard to do. Like it was really really hard to kind of make happen, and it was very inconsistent. But the like the theory craft was there, but I just could not get it to play out in a realistic scenario. Execute. How come I can only do 10? Wasn't it 20 before? Oh well. Is this done? And kind of like Fisher Heart still too. Sorry, I'll probably end up changing it later, but I think for now this is fine. I changed the gems that are all remotely the same for everything. Kind of. That. Where's the summer one? Oh, there we go. I feel like this is actually not bad, but nah, that's not a mirror stone. Of course. I think, yep, that is it. Yeah, for barrage, that'd be fine. We got barrage, Renovate Heart Seeker, and Vigorous Strike shouldn't change. Because you'll still do momentum for sure. It's probably like the only build that kind of remains with momentum now. You can get rid of Copium Seeker now though. Yeah, now Rapid Fire is what we're gonna have to change now though. Delete this one. That's what I gotta do the leveling. Yeah, we'll do that later. I need a way to be able to see if I can get more charges on the actually before I do that, Gizmo or right doing physical. So it's done. That's right. I don't have the new Gizmo thing hasn't been updated yet. But we'll go for it though. Just cause get something at least kind of cool-ish or unique-ish to Barrage there. Oh, there's me. Alright. Now let's go to the rapid fire. So I really like the idea of coding beam, but how do I upkeep this is the issue. I can never get enough charges to really make it like I guess we'll keep Neocax. We have to change the helm. Actually, before I get started on this, I'm gonna have to Oh, did you see my question? I DM'd you, teacher, for the close damage thing. He said Cax and Beast Fall. I don't think Cax was enough on PTR when I tried this. Unless maybe I had like a not as good of a proc. Is that what you do for Flurry? To be able to do like Cold Flurry? Like are you doing Beast Ball? I guess Beast Ball is kind of an interesting option, considering that you should be able to spam Shadow Clone enough to be able to get the Beast Fall proc, I guess. Yeah, see, yeah, rapid fire does not have the attack speed to compensate at all whatsoever. Because I mean, in all reality, I mean, the boot slots, the the boot slot is kind of like meh. I'm only using regular boots just for cold imbuement charges mainly, and that's kind of it. Oh yeah, I saw. I just pulled it up. Okay, I figured that was the case, but I didn't have the math on me, so I appreciate it. Um, so I guess that's the thing though. So like, if I have, let's say, two charges here, if I was to go beast fall boots and then like triple crit on cold imbuement, I'll have like what, 8 charges. And I also have Starless Guys too, which is, I feel like I have to go Starless Guys if I'm not doing um whatchamacallit, Scoundrel's Kiss. That's gonna hurt the getting prepped down enough to be able to cat like to, although I guess what I could do is just do Shadow Clone cooldown reduction. Yeah, I guess that helps too. But I guess Beast Fall Boost will actually kind of make rapid fire hit kind of okayishly hard every now and then if I can get. I don't know. I wish I would have spent more time with this on the PTR, but Smiley. Particle is up, man. I used to do this song for karaoke sometimes back in the day. I would do both. I would do both parts. Or sometimes randomly you'll have like some random guy that would do Slim's part or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, Beast Fall Boots. Like a lot of this would be more so like theory at the moment. Then again, I guess using cooldown restores 25 energy. So I guess if I'm using Caltraps or Smoke Grenade or whatever like that, then I'll also be able to gain some energy back too as well. I guess B-Fall probably makes a lot of sense here. Caltrap, yes. Caltraps. How about crit on both charges on pants and boots? I do wonder if Beast Fall boost would be like a better like. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. It's like I just wonder if I can get the shadow imbuement or sorry the shadow clone cooldown low enough to where this effect actually like kind of plays a role, even if it is just a little bit. Like let's just say like this effect gives me like 10% damage bonus or something like that. It's a triple crit for 14 charges total for cold imbuement. I guess I could do that too. I'm just trying to remember how often was I able to keep code imbuement up for? I think that's my thought. How often was I able to have it up? I had like pretty piss poor gear when I tried it though on PTR. So I think it was like maybe like 40% of the time I didn't have code imbuement, but I also didn't have like, the crits on the right parts of my gear. Yeah, so I guess this will go back to being more of just like theory again, more so than anything else. Actually, let's not save this. Go back to the rapid fire. I really didn't feel like keying in the boosting again, so I just refreshed. I guess we could triple crit here, yeah. GA beast fall cooldown could work. Yeah, there's also that too. So like I guess going cooldown reduction everywhere, because I was doing it here, shadow clone cooldown reduction, and then shadow clone cooldown reduction here too as well. But I also need a better way to be able to get some energy back too as well. So I think restoring primary resource somewhere on one of these is going to be a thing. Because I remember being energy starved a little bit, which is kind of strange considering I have Starlit Skies too. But you might be right about the GA Beast Fall cooldown though. J Rocket for the sub, 17 months in a row. What's up, man? Welcome back. I guess we could do Beast Fall boost though. I don't see why not. I have to figure out how to make the armor up though. 849. I guess we can get rid of Daily Ambush and go exploit weakness. This that has armor on the board. I guess that's fine. Keep you on and better call it. All good. BM, appreciate you being here as always. I guess so, yeah. GA on the ultimate cooldown reduction. Kind of want to triple crit on the movement speed though. Well, I guess I can triple crit here. What would that give me for my shadow clone? 9 second cooldown. Oh yeah, that should be enough. Especially with cax and stuff. The 11 seconds. What if I just want to triple crit on the decks here? And then I have more resource too, so that will also help with the beast for proc there. Cooldown and energy saw. That's also very true as well. Yeah. But I have to go shadow clone cooldown reduction on both here, and also the ultimate cooldown reduction here. Is a poison thing with shadow clone mythics? No. But poison TB is actually looking pretty good next season though. Despite oh yeah, I got Vex too, right? Yeah, so I got Vex too. So that's another three points into Shadow Clone. So yeah, it'll be about 9 seconds, right? Properly. So yeah, I should be able to, and then I'll triple crit on the hold and beam. That'll give me that'll give me 8. I should be able to get another like I should be able to keep up enough cold imbuement for it to kind of be worth kind of spamming or using in a sense. Cool. All right, yeah, we'll do that. Now I gotta change out the Sky Hunter. Go from precision to victimize. It kind of did something with alchemical mixture too. Yeah, it did get a pretty okay buff. Keyword pretty okay. I won't say great, but like relative to everything else, it was actually kind of good. I still think victimize probably is the winner here, but um, I don't think it's bad. Um, so we'll go with the regular bow here. What do we not have for an aspect? Oh, I can go I can go the new code clip here, right? If it works, it should work, right? Yeah, I can go the new code clip. I would assume. I wonder if this is worth it. Peach, do you think this is worth it? Imitated imbuements. Was it worth it before? Like if you were doing like if you like when you did cold flurry, did you do imitated imbuement or no? You said it was worth it? This clone also gets EB. What's EB? I forgot. Oh, Eldritch Bounty. Got it. Took me a couple of seconds to realize what the world I was saying. Okay, so we'll keep the imbuement there. Imitated imbuements then. Ricochet, of course. Behemoth. Yeah, I'm thinking cold clip here, man. Because that's like the biggest, or maybe repeating. Have 100% ricochet or whatever. If I'm doing victimized though, would I need it? 100% ricochet though at that point? Is there wait, hold up, what's up? Still no chance to victimize TB. Actually, for the Azarath version, yes. Victimize Replifier, yes. Because precision is terrible. And you don't really want to do close quarters combat realistically. So like victimize is really your only other like option, and it's probably the best feel good option, realistically speaking. So yes. Maybe you can drop repeating. I don't know if I want to do that. Um, because like you also don't want to take a while trying to chew through, enemies at a distance and other places or whatever. See, I would drop repeating if I was going Scoundrel's Kiss, but without it. So I guess I can do accelerating because accelerating would be a really nice feel good aspect here. And I have to then find what I want to do, what I want to do in the bow here. Or actually, I guess I don't necessarily have to go accelerating. But I needed. I'm worried about cold clip though. Like I'm hoping it works the way I think it does. Oh wait, this is updated. No, it's not updated. No, it's not. No, it's not updated. Poison TV does look pretty good. It does. We'll leave it as it is. It's fine. Dex. Damage. Health. Earlier we agree we can draw conceded. If you had to if you had to choose one, that was I was just kind of I was making a hypothetical, right? In this case scenario, I don't have that many multipliers to begin with, so I can probably get both. Because I have conceded on my amulet right now, so cold clip will go here. Um, think. Am I doing pinch shot planar too? Um, I don't know. Gonna be honest, I don't know because I'm no longer doing pinch shot on Mastro anymore. I gave that to Matthias. So, and the fact that I'm already kind of behind as it is because of what happened earlier today, slash yesterday, I might have to hold off on that. I could try to change the victimize. I don't see how that's a buff. You don't see how that's a buff. That 75% debuff to enemies. So basically, you yourself now deal 75% more damage if you hit an enemy with the victimized explosion. Like that is definitely considerably better than what it was. Because keep in mind, the 300% that it was on PTR was weapon damage, not your damage. You didn't get a 300% multiplier. It was 300% proc damage to your proc damage. That's what people I think got confused about when because I had to explain this before. Victimize was never a multiplier to your damage. It was proc based damage, which is why it was so bad. Or partially why it was so bad. So now that we actually have a multiplier and we also get the proc damage, but a smaller version of it, and we don't have to scale into victimize. Sorry, vulnerable damage. Like we don't have to scale into vulnerable stat. We can just take damage per Dark Shroud. It actually makes it a very compelling as key passive to use, especially for marksman skills that don't want to use close quarters combat. So, quality of life wise, it is really good, like very good. Now, in terms of like like lifting builds that were weak or okay to being like S tier, and it ain't gonna do that. But it would give you another a valuable key passive that isn't just close quarters combat again. Just rapid fire, project this cast twice. I think it might triple. Other thing to take damage per dark shroud. Of course. Neocax, Cervex. Okay, so we did that. Now we gotta go. I'll do a double damage, yeah. Both of these. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I should take a. No, I guess I can't. Just yeah, I guess the most I'm gonna be able to get is 77% chance to rapid fire projectiles, which is actually not good. I can't give up double damage though from Shadow Clone. Although I think it still might be worth though. I don't know. Yeah, I think we'll have to do this here and do projectiles here to kind of match us since I don't have it on the ring. But it also means that I don't necessarily have to focus so much on do that. What does Neo do? Basically, with Neo, you're as long as you have a barrier, um, you basically get offering um every 2 seconds, basically. So basically, it procs cax like so you basically get like a 50% buff value with Neo cax that works on both packs and bosses. While Ahu cax will be better in general for like regular mobs, like regular packs or whatever. But it does 0 against bosses. At the same time though, since we are going cold and vehement, I guess we could technically Ahu cax. I don't know. Last time I was bugged. No, it works. Um, I'm pretty sure it worked in season 8. We did. I think me and Blame SB did that for our basic builds. No Sky Hunter. Well, Sky Hunter only works with precision, right? So Matthias is doing Pinch Shot Planner. Yes. It's gonna be Azarath though, so it's gonna be a proc based pinch shot. I think regular pinch shot just isn't nowhere near strong enough. But yeah, Sky Hunter doesn't make any sense with anything that isn't precision because you can't proc the effect. So, um, Ahu's bound on bosses, but in pushing is great. Overall clear. I don't know if I want to do like Ahu on rapid fire though. Will I have enough lucky hit chance to do it to really make it like worthwhile? I think that's. I guess that's the thought. All right. I guess I can give it a. So I think now the thing to think about is, should I do um Grass of Shadows or should I do Fist of Fate now? Because Rapid Fire has really low lucky hit chance. Would Grasp of Shadows be worth it over Fist of Fate? Then again, I guess I don't really have a good way to proc vulnerable anyway, so I think Fist of Fate might actually be the play. Now that I think about it. Yeah, because I don't have like a. Not saying I don't have a. Not saying I can't proc vulnerable. I mean, I got the cold imbuement and I got the enhanced cold imbuement, but I don't have like a too much lucky hit chance. Although I guess both of these mythics kind of help with that, but it's still not like. I feel like I'm gonna need a bit more if I want the consistency here. Check the game what's going on, man. Because the phase is good too. It has a task speed on it. I'm not as concerned about that part, but at the same time, you're not wrong. We'll just basically do this. So even with Fist of Fate and Air and Theralis, I don't know what I'm even do. Got so many ranks of course. Actually, no. I don't have any rapid fire break. I know this is gonna be worth trying to go here for like one, maybe two break points. I don't know. Does Andy's Viz just proc on the target or around you? On the target. I'm still kind of hesitant. I think here a little bit. We'll do one roll of that. Appreciate the follow. Probably need to actually get some alchemist fortune as well. But I guess let me look at ways I can kind of increase. I'll finish. Yeah, cold clip. Where's a basic skill in the bar? Cold clip has been I want to say like not redesigned, but it got buff. And if the wording is correct, it still applies the second part. You deal 40%, or you deal well. Actually, it's going to be double that. So I'll do 80% increased damage to enemies who are chilled or frozen. I don't need a basic attack to get the second portion of it. As long as they're chilled or frozen, I still get that bonus. Kind of like frostbitten, but you didn't need grenades. Remember? And since I have cold imbuement, then I should be able to get that bonus no matter what. Should. Um, we'll kind of see if it actually works that way, but it should work that way according to the wording. So it's kind of experimental to be fair, but um it is based on what it says. So we'll kind of we'll kind of see what happens. But we'll still do. All right. What else can I? Oh yeah, I won't really need sturdy if I'm playing distance here. So we'll take. Alchemist Fortune and get one more point into there somewhere. Hopefully, Shadow Clone actually does something this time at Rapid Fire. So I mean, technically it did without the Scoundrel's Kiss. It's just that Rapid Fire is just in such a was in such a lowly state with the key passives you normally would be able to use for it that it just wasn't even worth. I honestly don't have high expectations for this either, but I feel like this would be a lot more fun to play. Um, versus trying to do close quarters combat variation of this. So that's kind of where I'm going for right now. Is just feel good quality of life for rapid fire because rapid fire in general is just in the bad spot. So that's about it. That's about all the points I can put. And this is a fun song. I think I could probably do health here instead of all res. Yeah, because I'll still have her here, right? So I don't think we're here still counts in the planner stuff. Almost sure it doesn't count still. Oh no, no, it is there now. The 15% from rear. Okay, it is there now. Let me have to make sure it does apply now. Okay, so that was fixed. All right, so I gotta be careful. Then. I gotta look at my other planners and make sure I didn't forget. We gotta put our res back here then. Okay, and we'll get more armor when we change the Paragon. So this isn't the combo point building. No, it's preparation. So it's literally spam rapid fire from a distance, which is gonna feel it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel good. Now in terms of like performance, obviously, you know, it's not really much to be able like to expect out of rapid fire, but you know, if you like playing rapid fire, it'll feel good to play. That's all I can promise. I did something like this in the PTR, so like this is not like untested, like completely untested, and I actually had a lot of fun doing it. But it'd be nice if you know if more power was there, but still, let's see, yeah, definitely going more for like fun factor at the moment for sure for rapid fire. I mean, any we don't need combat. Although combat will actually help with actually no. I don't really feel like changing. I don't have control here actually. Oh, because it's a way to this fluidity. Rapid fire field, but no rapid fire ring is something different. Yeah, I'm also kind of looking forward to that on the fun side of things. Mainly because the ring is like the ring itself has some bugs. So I mean, you could still play it technically per se, like with the bugs or whatever. But I guess now that I know that what the bugs are, and there's really no way to kind of like not into it in like a bad way. That I don't even want to like mess with it to be honest with you. It just makes playing with the ring right now so inconsistent. And I made a bug report on it, um, but we'll kind of see how far that really goes, or whether or not they even like really saw it in a sense, or saw it in time to make changes. I doubt they're gonna do before the season starts. Really sad for rapid fire, honestly. Yeah. At the same time, though, I hate the ring, so I don't really certain about the ring to be honest. Um, I'd much rather see like a redesign for that ring. Do something else. This way. Yes, we. As much as we can. Probably. Oh wait, I can't go down. Hmm. Wonder this would be a better last board then. I know there are easier ways around. There are easier ways around it, which is what I'm trying to figure out. But I guess I don't have to really think about it that way. Hmm. I kind of want it to still look good too. I think that's kind of the thing. I could go straight up though still. Yeah, I guess I could still do that. And then top it off with Eldritch Bounty at the top. I guess the reality is speaking, can I just copy that Paragon board from the other build? It's practically still the same thing. Like Heart Seeker, probably just like literally copy the same as that Paragon board because it's exactly what this is. Also, probably the same thing from Rain of Arrows too. And then I think about it. No, 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 because I got versatility here. That's right. Never mind. I guess the boards can still be somewhat exchange versatility for fluidity, right? And then everything else still remains exactly the same. What Heart Seeker's board look like? I guess you know what. When I think about it, yeah, I think we can just copy the Random Rails board. Just dissolve victimize. It'll be legit the exact same thing. We just change the glyph. Too. I guess no, never mind because I got the range. Well, I guess I can still copy the board. So, oh, just what's up? How are you? Yeah, how's it going? I had a pretty rough weekend. Not necessarily for me, but for a friend of mine. I had to kind of help her with some domestic violence, domestic abuse, and cops got involved and kind of stayed to make sure she was all right. The stuff that he did. And so yeah, it was really a shock because she normally doesn't really like we're cool, but like we don't like like we don't communicate often. Like it's like so like whenever she that's just me in like all text, like all caps text or whatever, asking for like assistance or help. I'm like, yeah, this is not like her. Something's wrong. Like something is really wrong. So yeah. Um, but they ran. Actually, I don't really need these. Actually, why are these connecting anyways? So I don't want to. Oh, that's right, because that's what I did there. Maybe we don't go that route then. I'm trying to take shortcuts and it's not working. Let's take a look at the hard seat. We can just copy this, but I think this is a 40. And then 100, I just copied over. Okay, that's what it is. Redo that later. Okay. Pretty much, I also don't have my enough RS. I had to put RS somewhere. Oh, she's good. Yeah, yeah. It took a lot out of me to not like do something I would regret. I'm gonna just say it like that. So that am I starting pinch shot this season? I mean it'll be Azarath and shot if you do. But yeah, Azarath one is just by far the best version of pinch shot. You're basically just procking Azarath is your best bet for pinch shot going forward. Like if you're trying to min max it and like wanting to push with it, then you're gonna want to do Azarath. It's like literally a good 10 tiers. But your bow, I mean, you still use the bow. Like you'll still use a bow, but you'll be procking Azarath basically. I know it's not. I know it's not really that exciting, but it kind of is what it is. I think it has to be all res here. I have to go all res here. Or do I go all res on the pants? No, no, I can't. So I should be able to reach cap without the fast speed there. I'm gonna min max the speed farm and get all I need for selling pit carry. Well, that's the problem though. Like how high a pit is pit like for pit carrying. You know what I mean? Like what's gonna be efficient for carrying pit for you know. I don't know how effective regular pin shot would be for that. And we're also kind of like wondering if oh no, you're not gonna be able to carry no 80 or 90 with regular pin shot not happening. You wouldn't be able to do that. You'd barely be able to do that with like Azarath on like a 4-man, maybe. Barely. Keep in mind, most rogue builds are kind of stuck in the 80s, man. Like in terms of like pit push. With about 3 of them might be able to do like 90s. Like no rogue build is doing 100. At least based on the current scaling. Now, of course, they have like they're rescaling pit a little bit again. Maybe transition to DT for that then. I mean, DT still like honestly, Azarath pin shot is actually close, if not probably better than DT going in next season. Or I think what is it Azarath TB or Azarath pin shot? They're both they're both close. But DT, I don't think it's the strongest going into that. Yeah, thank you for helping her though. I'm sure she is hella appreciated. Hopefully, it's the beginning of feeling for her. Yeah, it was. I mean, we end up getting a restraining order, and I don't like telling anyone what to do, like what decisions they should make because it's obviously not on me. But I wanted to phrase it in a way that she can understand how detrimental of a situation that she's in without telling her what to do, if that makes sense. So I had to phrase it in a way where I had to get her to understand like the things that he's doing, as long as there's no consequence for what he's doing, he's just going to continue to keep doing it. Like paying for the stuff that he broke in your place, the next day is not satisfactory. Like it's not going to stop him from. And someone who's like that, who really needs help and is not getting help without consequences, you risk putting yourself into in more danger again. Now, she didn't want to do a warrant, like file a warrant, which understandably so, considering that he has kids. Don't really want to put his dad in jail like that. Although honestly, that would be the safest option. I can understand why she didn't go that route. But at least a restraining order is at the very base minimum. He has to have consequence for doing what he's doing. Otherwise, it's just going to repeat over and over. I had to word it in a way that sense for her to make that next step to want to do it. Yeah, I think those are for her own safety. Well, not her kids. She doesn't have kids. The guy has kids, which is why she didn't want to do a warrant out for his arrest. So she's worried about his kids. She doesn't have kids of her own. I think everybody else would have been like, like everyone else would sound like, you definitely, should do the warrant or whatever like that. But you have to you have to respect her wishes because again, like we're not attached to his kids. Like, don't get me wrong, they're kids, and kids don't really deserve to be in any situation like that. But we have no attachment, so we can say do the warrant. Whereas her, she's been involved with his kids, so there's a different attachment, emotional attachment that we don't have, so we can't make that decision, right? So, which is understandably so. But I do think that the restraining order was the bare minimum that she should have done, and she did do that. So I think a few of us definitely felt better about that. Yeah. Edit this real quick. Make sure I got this right. Would you call this glyphs? The other one. Yeah, so this should be rapid fire. Also hard to cap. I'm still not capped. RS still. But yeah, that's been my weekend though. I think that was I make that make that known. But yeah, she was appreciative, and I sort of like don't be a stranger. Like I know like we don't really like talk on a consistent basis, but like don't be a stranger. Like I know you don't really I know she doesn't want to inconvenience, but like please keep me updated. And of course I told the wife too as well. She's not she's concerned too as well. Um type of that. I think all the planners, all the main planners are done. Mythic versions or whatever. And now I gotta go back and do all the ancestral and starter variants and whatnot. But that's a little easier to kind of do. Any planner? I mean, we'll have it on like we'll have it on Maxroll soon, literally in like a day. Um, but Ava I think already has a planner. I don't think he has it public yet, but I mean, it'll be the main version of TB. Okay, but yeah, I think this is mostly it. I think at this point it's just me. Um, so I don't think I have to touch invigorating strike. Actually, I did. Now I think about it, I do because I gotta um change your board. Actually, no, I don't have to. I guess I could do Eldritch Bounty, but I don't need to. Because it'd be Eldritch Bounty versus what, Cheap Shot? Basically, what, 5% difference? Eldritch Bounty has more whatchamacallits though. Oh, also exploit weakness is awful. So maybe we'll just change that. Yeah, we'll change that. So candy on Argus bounty. Almost forgot about this. So candy back up. What up, Clevo? You say, oh, that I just joined. What's the general prognosis? Um, Rogue is gonna feel. Well, I mean, it's hard to say versus other classes because I think other classes also got hit pretty hard, except for Neck and Spiritborn. But like a lot of things on Rogue kind of fell down. However, I do think the quality of life for most Rogue builds have went up quite a bit, even if the actual damage of the builds went down. With Death Trap getting like the biggest hit, of course. Azarath is pretty new Rogue build, which would be really strong. One of Rogue's, if not Rogue's top build. Um, One of the more interesting things for Rogue this season is the new Victimize change. That's pretty massive quality of life for builds that were forced to use close quarters combat because there was no other key passive that they could do, like let's say Heartseeker for example, or Marksman core skills. Victimize is now an option or better option. Even random barrels you can do Victimize now with, which is actually huge quality of life. um so there is that, but like don't expect any like massively like super like strong rogue build per se. But I will say the rogue builds will feel good to play. I, there's good and bad, I guess. Sure, someone asked, "What about victimizing Seeker season 9?" Kind of basically what I said just now. It is a thing again. You'll definitely do victimize over close quarters combat for sure. So now playing range Heartseeker is back with victimize. Just but don't this way. So like even though we're changing key passives, basically all you're doing mostly is just changing quality of life. Like it doesn't, we're not like 10, 15 pit tiers higher because because Heartseeker is now victimized. Like it's still roughly similar in pit values as it was last season. It's just a different way of playing. Um, that's all. So lurker support, thanks, man. Yeah, the quality of life went up a ton. But the actual raw power kind of remains mostly the same. However, there are some things like we don't know if the backlog damage of victimize is gonna return because it didn't work in PTR. So maybe it'll work now, and if so, that would do wonders for. I'll say wonders. It would help a little bit. Sure. So I shouldn't feel too much damage from victimize. It's not that I'm gonna say I'm not saying you shouldn't feel too much damage from victimize. I guess what I'm saying is that now that it's victimized, don't expect it to like jump up several tiers. Like it's better than before, mainly because of the quality of life, but it didn't just all of a sudden gain like 10 pit tiers of damage. It's still gonna be similar, maybe slightly more damage than you were dealing before. But the biggest takeaway is the quality of life and the fact that you can play at range and not have to proc close quarters combat up close or whatever. So, um, good and bad, I guess. But keep in mind, a lot of rogue builds also fail too. So like, let's say like I'll say Heartseeker is a lot closer to Death Trap than it once was. It's still not close to Death Trap, but it's like the gap between the two is like no longer like like as massive as it was before. If that makes sense. Death Trap is obviously still better. Like, but don't get it twisted. But like relative to the other rogue builds, I guess you could say, like Heartseeker won't feel as bad or as behind, but in terms of like the power from season 8 to season 9, it's going to roughly be similar for Heartseeker. People on D4 Reddit saying that Spiritborn is cooked. Spiritborn is I think probably has some of the best builds in the game right now for season 7. And this season was going to be all about basic attacks. No, definitely not. Unless it's all on Spiritborn. But for all the other classes, no. Just if I play Randaveros for another season, go crazy. Well, Randaveros is actually now victimized too. Technically speaking, you could still do precision if you wanted, but victimized is going to be so much better quality of life. Like you don't have to worry about like chasing the victimized proc or anything, and that means you could play 1-on-1 with Beastfall boost and not have to worry about like not proccing your damage correctly, etc. So they were saying the overpowered nerfs kill Spiritborn. But keep in mind what people don't realize is that most builds in general for a lot of classes was overpower. So if overpower got nerfed, then a lot of classes got affected by that, not just Spiritborn. So it's relative. Like if all the classes basically relied on overpower, then all the classes got hit. Not just Spiritborn. But Spiritborn was the one that actually got the most buffs outside of that. Outside of the overpower nerfs. People don't see the big picture. Or don't look at the big picture. But yeah, Spiritborns will be either number 1 or number 2 next season as a class. I feel like Necromancer's probably got the better end of the stick. Necromancers and Spiritborn kind of got the better end of the sticks there. Next got several like builds that can clear 100 roughly. Hydra is still good, yeah, but I think Sork players are kind of a little upset that Hydra is really the only thing that Sork has. Like everything else on Sork feels very mediocre. But people have to remember that like one build is not a class. Like you know how last season everyone was talking about how Rogue was great last season, right? It was amazing, right? But then like it was Death Trap, right? So like sure, Death Trap is on the Rogue, but that doesn't make Rogue amazing. It just makes that one build amazing. So like, but I understand why people say it, but it's like, if people's like, oh yeah, Rogues are eating good. It's like, no. Death Trap was eating good. Let's make sure let's make sure we get that straight. Death Trap was eating good, not the Rogue class, but the one Rogue build was eating good. Relative, right? Whereas, like, let's say, for instance, last season, Necromancers had several good builds. So you can almost say Necromancers were doing mostly okay as a class in general. But I do dislike the narrative that was like if one class has one good build and all the other builds are like absolute trash, everyone would say that class is good. And it's just like I don't fully see the logic in that, but especially I don't want to give that narrative to the devs and them thinking, oh, everyone's saying the class is good. Okay, cool. We don't have to worry about buffing the 99% of the other rogue builds that are not doing well. Because everyone's like saying, oh yeah, that class is doing great. Like, or like let's say, who I really do feel bad about, honestly, is Barb's though. I think Barb's got hit the most. I think Rose got hit the second worst. Barb's got hit the worst, I think. So I actually do think Barb's is probably the weakest class going into next season overall. So the trope of Rogues being a good place was not true. No, no. Rogue currently has a lot of problems right now in season 8 because that Death Trap is such a good build with such good quality of life that people just forgot or aren't paying attention to anything else that is wrong with the class because one a good build. Static penetrating shot is which one to play. I will say that like penetrating shot will be in a better state than what it was in the past because of the eagle horn change, the last minute eagle horn change. It doesn't mean that it's good yet, like playing pin shot, but at least it's a little better than it was. It just depends on whether that the bounce comes straight back when it bounces off the edge of your screen, I assume, versus like it just bouncing off randomly. They removed the initial pull from it, so I don't want to play in season 9. I mean, it still pulls though. Like it still pulls. It gets removed. It gets that the additional pull is no longer there, but it still pulls. I mean, DT was basically Darth Vader. I mean, you're basically casting black holes across the screen. Death Trap needed some hits, and even with that, man, like Death Trap is still a really good build going into next season. But yeah, this is victimize Renoveros. Um so no chance of shadow pin shot and the end user pull a Death Trap. Oh no, I mean you can do it. I mean you can yeah, I mean you can do it. I'm just saying it's like it's effective relative to other rogue builds. It's still gonna be behind. But I mean, if you want to get like really like if you want to farm really good gear for that and do T4, then yeah, you can do it. Like you can still do like T4 with it. I think T4 bosses might be a challenge still because pin shot was never really good at single target. But in terms of like farming is concerned on T4, you can play that way if you want. Like no one's stopping you from doing it. Just as long as you're not saying, will it be as good as Azarath build? Then well, yeah, no. The answer at that point is no. But it just depends on what your expectation is. You know what I mean? So to bring up Reddit again, because I see a lot of D4 discussions outside of streams, but the consensus seems to be that season 9 is basic skill, focus changes, and season 10 would be core skill, and the best builds would be based off of those. No. Now, maybe the core skill stuff, maybe in the future, but I would tell you right now that the basic skill changes, like what people. Okay, I'll put it this way. Erie, what's up, man? Appreciate The sub 53 in the months in a row. What a baller. So I'll show you. Let me just show you because like I mean you brought up Reddit and I already feel some kind of way about Reddit, but I'm gonna leave it that way. So here's what happened, okay? They ended up like buffing all the basic skills. However, potato in. Decoy does that now. So like now I get, it's either Eerie or Decoy whenever I hear that. All right, so they buff most of the basic skill attacks by, depending on which basic skill and what class it is, by maybe like anywhere between like 50%, like 40% to like maybe 70 or 80% on most of the basic skills in the game. Okay. So that sounds massive at first, right? That sounds good at first, which is true, but you also got to remember they nerfed the aspects too. Like Moonrise was 200% before, but now it's 120. So they nerfed the aspects. Shard of Arathio was 200. Now it's 150. Now, that the ability is actually a buff and not a nerf, but you have to make sure that you can stack as much energy as possible or your resources as possible to take advantage of it. So I actually do like that change. So I guess what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, sure, they buffed the base value, but they also nerfed the aspects and uniques around it. So it's not just a straight up, oh, well, now that they buff the base value, all of a sudden this is a basic attack season. No, you got to remember, ultimate skills were way further ahead than anything else in any arsenal, period. Nothing else was even remotely close. Not even remotely close at all. Okay. So I'm pretty sure the people on Reddit did not do any math. All they saw was, oh, they're buffing basics. Okay, it's going to be a basic season. And that's about as far as they went with their logic. Now, will there be some basic builds that will do well, like on Spiritborn maybe? Possibly, yes. But it's not going to be a basic season. Like, it's not like Barbs are all playing basic builds and Rogues are playing all basic builds as their top builds, or Necromancers are doing all basic builds. No, that's not how that is. Now, I do think that the core skill rework, when they do work the core skills or whatever like that, that chances are the core skills might see the focus because they haven't in a long time and they really should. But I can tell you right now, in terms of basics is concerned, all they really did was just kind of make it better for early game, and that's mostly it. It's not bad. They're not bad basic changes, but they're not like, oh hell, it's basic meta again. It's not that at all. It's just a little bit of a help. Primarily for early game stuff. What's math? I guess basically by the color of the icon and how many sparkles the animation has. What you been up to, man? What makes Azarath good? The flat damage? Yeah, pretty much. The flat damage is scalable. It's scalable enough to be better than a lot of other rogue builds. Like when you look at it initially, it doesn't make sense until you scale it, kind of. Right? Like, but on the surface you look at it, you're like, ain't no way Azarath is that good on rogue, right? It's basically Andy's, like Andario's helm, just without the poison. Yeah, that's all it is. So that's how we're playing Azarath, basically. Basically Andy's. It's just not as cool either. I think Andy was actually cooler, a lot cooler, visually. Or Secret work with it too. I mean, technically, yeah, but not as well. I tried it on PTR. It wasn't as good as like Pin Shot or even like TB with it. Um, just like Andy's, right? Like Andy's wasn't really that good with Heartseeker, but it was great with like Fist of Fate and Barrage and Umbercrux and Puncture. It was decent with or good with. I'll put it that way. So I'm gonna say I didn't get my prime sub. Yeah, maybe someday new 4 year sub match. I still got to get to the 2 and 3 year, right? As of right now, core skills is just support skills for the time being, pretty much, which is very unfortunate. Petition over Cal. That's a change up. Yeah. So Cal will still be like in the ancestral version in general. Um, but yeah, Perdition makes more sense. But I mean, you can still do Cal. Like Cal is still really close to Perdition in most setups. Like really close. So, so like I would say Perdition is probably the last mythic you should try to go for, to be honest, because Cal will be able to hold his own for most rogue builds until then. Makes more sense if hope Heartsy can carry it into the game. I know this type of play style, but your favorite rogue build. Well, it's back to Victimize, so we're building Heartseeker back to Victimize now, which is good because that's way more fun than playing it with close quarters combat. To be honest. However, even though now that it's Victimized now, doesn't mean that it's way stronger than it once was. So it's more of a quality of life change in terms of like play styles concerned versus like it being like, S tier or anything. We like will you be able to do T4 and do T4 well? Yeah. Like you'll be able to thrash T4 with good gear. But but don't expect to be setting like records in terms of pit pushing is concerned. You're playing last I play some other stuff aside. Oh, you got your Switch too? Yeah, I'm kind of waiting because well, money, but um, I won't say so much money, but like or so much about the money aspect of it. But it's like it's not worth the purchase for me for like yet, not yet. I don't dislike Mario Kart. I do like Mario Kart, but like right now, the only way I can get Switch to right now is if it's paying scalp prices, and that's definitely not worth it right now for me. Not if Smash was on there, like if like the new Smash was out with it or something like that, then different story. But pit pushing, if you can get 95 100, I'm happy. Though there won't be that many builds that will be able to hit 95 100, at least with the current scaling. Now they did say that they did mention that there's going to be some changes to pit scaling past T1, like to make it, I guess, a little easier. I guess is what they said. So I don't know what that is. So that makes us kind of like gauging the tier list really hard. Like we don't know. Like we don't know like what changes they're going to make to scaling. So just be aware that even though our tier list would be as accurate as we possibly can, given the current scaling, it's impossible for us to know what the new scaling is until it goes live and we actually play it like for a couple of days. So our tier list that's going out on Sunday, late Sunday, I think, is going to be based off of the current scaling. What key passive is TB going to use? Either close quarters combat or victimize, one of the two, or for Azarath, that is. There'll be a lot of tier list shifting over the first. Yep, sure it will. All right. All right. Well, I at least got the main part of all of my rogue builds, I guess, that I'm supposed to be doing on max roll. So if you're interested in the planners themselves from first season 9 here, they are in my Discord now, so I actually have it linked in my Discord. If you're not part of Discord, !_ Discord. They will always be updated. Now I'm gonna do more than just this 5. Don't get me wrong. Or whatever. But when I have more time, I'll also add pin shot. I'll add my own version of twisting blades. I add my own version of flurry, like those kind of things as time goes on. But in terms of like the stuff I'm responsible for on max roll, like I'm gonna always do these first. I do actually need to do a leveling change to Heart Secret. Heart Secret leveling, whereas leveling to 60. Not like a big change, but definitely need to get it out of close quarters combat and to victimize. I will tell you this much: Heartseeker leveling got some major stonks. Like, it is phenomenal, like really good for leveling. Mainly because of the basic buffs here, because you don't get the aspects until later anyway. So the basic buffs are actually quite nice for early game, as well as victimize literally being basically active to its full value the moment you unlock it, as long as you can proc victimize, which you should be able to do with flurry. As well as shadow imbuement. So I wish I had like a slightly easier way to proc victimize. Probably the two best ways of doing it, but even if you don't do that, let's say if you choose to go close quarters combat still, and you want to do it that way, still that would be like really good. Dance of Knives actually took a little bit of a hit for leveling. It's still like really good leveling because it was ridiculously good before, but it did take a little bit of a hit, or a bit of a hit. I would say Heartseeker leveling and Dance of Knives are actually kind of close-ish now, close-ish. Dance of Knives is still better. Don't get me wrong, but Heartseeker is like not that far behind, given the hit to Dance of Knives a little bit. But yeah, I would do this with Victimize now, which means that honestly, really should be tempering damage versus Dark Shroud, or damage per Dark Shroud, or basic damage really. Go for hip hop. So yeah, we'll basically just do damage per Dark Shroud everywhere at this point. I don't think I have to change much for the leveling stuff for Barrage nor Rapid Fire. Pretty sure I don't have to. I think for actually for Barrage, do I have Precision? Or that close? I guess close quarters combat will still be. I'll probably leave it as close quarters combat for seamless transition. It's literally on this track. Yep. I think it's yeah, Ludacris, Nas, and Jay-Z. This is on Ludacris's album, I think. Is it Theater of the Mind album? I think it is. Yeah, it is Theater of the Mind. Theater of the Mind. Okay, but yeah, getting cold clip will be important. I guess how much um no Flickr doesn't really have a great like lucky hit chance, so I think of any other ways to like really establish them vulnerable early enough. I think of another way to kind of get some easy lucky hit chance early. I mean, Shadow and Beam is good for that too, but that's like hard. Come up points. Ironically enough, actually, Forcer Arrow might make more sense just because you get the vulnerable on the third. Well, I guess every third hit though. I wonder if I should try to do gold, like also do code imbuement. So instead of doing like Caltraps, do code imbuement instead. At least with code imbuement, if I was to dash flurry, then I'll be able to get 40% chance vulnerable. Well, I don't know. I guess flurry should be enough because this is not lucky hit. This is just a flat 40% chance. So I guess it should be fat. It should be fine. And flurry hits a couple of times. So, or I guess casting it. Let me rephrase that. So I guess it's not based on hits. It's just based on cast. Wait, doesn't the wolves from the rune, doesn't that apply vulnerable? What's the name of those runes? Pretty sure they do, right? That's big. I kind of forgot about that. Nick, what's going on? How do I feel about Rogue next season? Uh, so actually, quite a bit of quality of life, I will say. Um, Coming to Rogues next season, some new builds, some new ways to do things. But in terms for like in terms of damage is concerned, like almost everything. Quite a few things kind of went down, and that feels bad. So even though the quality of life is really good, the damage drop kind of makes it, feel, I won't say awful, but like I'm just kind of curious to see like, are they gonna give us any compensation for the shadow clone nerfs as well? Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that they did nerf shadow clone because you know, literally either you dealt damage to your shadow clone or you dealt nothing at all. But it'd be nice for you to like reimburse us to actually make the actual skills, like the basic or the core skills or whatever, deal actual damage since you nerfed the clone damage, right? So it's like you did what you should have done, but you kind of left us hanging, if that makes sense. Yeah, so the spirit wolf applies vulnerable, right? Everything else practically stays the same. Okay. Right. That's good. Let's see what I did for. Good that. Okay, there it is. Okay, barrage leveling. What did I do for this? I did combo points. Did I do precision still? I did. Actually, that's actually really good. Now that I think about it, because it's so easy to cap precision now with the change they made. But for leveling, this is still this is phenomenal still. We'll just I actually don't even know what I put here for level. Notes F. Not sure T1 starter is on here too. I didn't need to make adjustments to T1 starter for. Actually, I need to another. So let's see. Oh, whoops. Fire leveling. And side leveling. It's just still so low of life though. It should be fine. Or actually, you know what? Just get rid of crit. Or actually, let's just do it on a one hander. That'd be easy. Yeah. Makes sense. Looking forward to watching you race and just clip this. Big run. Run. It'll be fun. I gotta make sure I get a lot of rest, but I got a lot to do this weekend. Um. Oh man, wait a minute. I didn't cat with Heartseeker. I sure didn't. Okay, so RS got to come somewhere. I guess I could get rid of Dex for RS, but man, that's rough. Attack speed. So I have it here. Right here. I think we'll do RS here. Health then. Maybe a little over 7K, that's fine. Okay. Hello, concert. How do you do? What's up? What's up, Vanish? What's happening? I'm just updating planners right now, and then tomorrow I'll be spending all day updating the WordPress guides in the back end. That's gonna take a while. I might do some of that on stream, like at night or the later night part. I'll probably like maybe do like half of it, day, and the other half like on the stream. We'll see. With that being said, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for now. I'm gonna take a break, get me a snack, and then continue at it. Not played D4 in about 4 months. Yeah, I haven't really missed anything. I'm sure you already knew that though. Yeah. Let's see who to rate out to, because I haven't rated out past the last couple of streams I've done. Well, I guess clip this is on, so but we'll go to clip this. Oh, I'll check the next season. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played in 4 months, I mean, you will. I mean, there is some fun to be had, I guess, going into, because I mean, if you skip this current season and maybe last season as well, then like you wouldn't be you probably wouldn't be burnt out with Powers theme as much as those who have been playing through each season up to this point is at this point. So I think you'll probably stand for like maybe a week or two of fun for sure if you haven't played in a bit. But enjoy Clip This. I will see y'all even if it is very brief Sunday night. And as always, till next time.